won the coin toss, and they'll choose to receive to start the game. So that'll mean Bearcats on defense.
Just a reminder, all of our Bearcat fans and Custer fans, again, please remember to social distance. At least at every other row if you can, and spread out when you are not in your own family groups. Reminder to both student sections, our middle school student section and our high school student section, you must be masked to sit in that student section. So please have your masks on, high school students and middle school students in the student sections.
They got some good-looking athletic dudes.
They didn't look horrible on when I was watching film.
Scottsbluff High School Student of the Week is Christian Moss, brought to you by the Webb Family Companies.
Chris Cottrell, Noah Brunner back with you here on a Friday night that appears to be cooling off just a little bit. Right now we're at I charted 81 degrees about 10 minutes ago, now down to 79. Some overcast skies out there at the moment, or at least hazy, that's for sure. Platte Valley Company's pregame show. We're getting late here on the pregame show, just a few minutes before kickoff. It's going to be Custer getting the football first. Let's set their offense. Sterling Sword, a 5'10", 170-pound junior quarterback. We'll see Daniel Sedlacek, 6'1", 216, 220, somewhere in that range there. Coach says he's a senior, 486 yards on the ground so far this year, 8.5 yards per pop. Chance Harsh, 5'11", 180, a junior. Tight end will be Caleb Range, 6 feet tall, a senior, 160. Michael Grace, 6 foot, 150-pound junior. Gage Tennyson will operate in the backfield, and they'll get him into some routes also. 6'5", 185, good-looking athlete. Up front, Jake West, 265 a senior. Ty Daly, 185 a senior. Eli Steele, the center, 180 a senior. So they're going to be undersized with the offensive line, and they start a freshman on the line, 5'9", 170. We'll see how he holds up out there against this big Bearcat front. As always, Dawson Elmore, 5'9", 170, a junior. That's the offensive lineup for Custer. Head coach David Williams, and again, they have just 25 kids listed on their travel roster here for tonight. Scottsbluff then will set up defensively. Up front, we'll see plenty of Nick Mogg, Chance Simons, Tony Mokiak, and Tyler Smith. In the linebacking core, Jace Wilkinson, Evan Hegum, Hazel Mendoza, Jared Baltazar, Trevor Schwartz. Let's see, in the secondary on the corners, James Bruner and Alex Galindo, Brett Hill, Caden Shoemaker deep in the secondary. A check on both those lineups. Offense for Custer, defense for Scottsbluff. Check on the starting lineup brought to you by Western Nebraska Community College. From diplomas to degrees, it's for me, and you can learn more at wncc.edu. As for Noah and I set up here tonight, of course, our Logos broadcast booth there at Bearcat Stadium. You can check out Logos for all your screen printing and embroidery needs. Shop their showroom or have something custom made at Logos, 1344 10th Street, downtown Gering. A step away, come back with opening kickoff right after this on the Rural Radio Network.
What's Custer's mascot?
Wildcats.
That's what I thought.
We are ready to go here with opening kickoff moments away from Bearcat Stadium. 0-3 Scottsbluff taking on 1-2 Custer, South Dakota. It'll be Scottsbluff kicking to Custer. Opening kickoff brought to you by Papa Murphy's Pizza. As always, Dan Marshall and his staff doing a great job at Papa Murphy's in Scottsbluff, 2801 Avenue B. And don't forget about their Tex Club. You can get registered for a sweet deal there. And opening mistake on the opening kickoff as the ball sails out of bounds off the foot of Placido Rodriguez, and that's going to give Custer pretty good starting field position here for drive number one. So Noah Daniel Sedlacek, their stud running back, goes 220 pounds, averages 8.5 yards a carry, just under 500 yards rushing already in 3 games this year, and he's going to have to be the key focus for this defense tonight.
Yep, exactly. And we're not going to see the same level of talent that we've seen from Hastings, from Columbus, from last week. We'll be interested to see how this Scottsbluff defense handles this running back.
Under center, it's Sterling Sword. They'll operate with a one-back set. They'll bring a man in motion. That's Tennyson. They're going to hand him the football. He'll cut it up, and he's got 5 yards to the 40-yard line. Gage Tennyson, 6'5", 185, lined up slot right. Brought him in motion, hand him the football. 6'5", 185, so solid-looking athlete out there in his game uniform. Scottsbluff in the home red jerseys, white game pants. And traditional old-school S on the side of the helmet. Custer in the purple road pants, white game jerseys. And the Wildcats with purple helmets and the yellow logo on the side. Ball left hash, first handoff of the game to Daniel Sedlacek, and Sedlacek powers it ahead to the 43-yard line. That'll be a pickup. Now they'll give him the 44, so a gain of 4 for Sedlacek, and that'll bring up 3rd down and 1.
And a lot of times you'll see him run with that fullback right in front of number 5, Sedlacek. And these linebackers are going to have to come up and be able to handle that fullback in order to keep Sedlacek in contained.
I formation, handoff to Sedlacek. They will run ISO over the right guard. And he's got it across the 45 to the 46-yard line, so a pickup of 2. And that'll move the chains here to start the ball game for Custer. So far this year, the quarterbacks attempted just 27 passes, so 9 per ball game. I formation, sword under center. He will roll right. Sedlacek a lead block. Passes intercepted by Brett Hill near midfield. Hill has it, pushed out of bounds, far sideline, and the Scottsbluff defense comes up with an early turnover via Brett Hill interception. And he stepped in front of the intended receiver. Quarterback looked like he telegraphed that pass, and an easy pick for Hill, who picks up about 10, 11, 12 yards on the return.
Brett Hill with a great read. Saw that man cut to the inside, read the quarterback's eyes, easy pick for him.
So here comes Scottsbluff, opening possession of the night. They'll come out trips right. Bruner, Galindo, and Jackson Ostick. That direction, ball left hash, low snap, handed off to Chance Simons. Simons powers his way to the 35, 34-yard line. Simons wearing number 44 as they get him in the backfield here in week number 4. Pickup of 4 on the carry for Simons. He'll come off to the near sideline. Scottsbluff at 0-3, Custer 1-2.
An interesting first play there from Coach Hall. Simons switching from guard to running back this week.
They get him involved right from the jump. Now they'll bring Jackson Ostick in motion, and it's a quarterback keep. Brett Hill to the second level. Ball comes out, and we've got a flag down. And let's see if Hill was down or if they're going to say football to Custer. Let's check the flag and check the signal. A lot of things to sort out here after the whistle blows. If the play stands, it'll be a gain of 12 on the run. If not, we could see a couple of quick turnovers, one on each team, and Custer saying the penalties against Scottsbluff, they will decline it. And just like that, Scottsbluff, 5 turnovers last week, Noah. 1 here on the second play of the game, and you're not going to play winning football by turning the football over to your opponent.
Yeah, we've seen this turnover problem week after week. We're hoping that Scottsbluff can figure that out here soon.
I formation for Custer. Sterling Sword, the quarterback. They'll run option right. He'll pitch it. Sedlacek on the cutback. Across the 25 line of scrimmage was the Solacek on the carry. And they'll mark it at the 26, 27-yard line for a gain of 4 for Daniel Solacek. 57 carries, 486 yards, 8 touchdowns, 8.5 yards per carry. Solacek dots the I, fullback in front. And a little reverse action, and it's Gage Tennyson running near side. He's at the 30, 35, out across the 40. James Bruner along with Caden Shoemaker in on the tackle. Line of scrimmage, the 27. They'll mark it at the 43-yard line. Pickup of 16 yards for Gage Tennyson. So they're going to keep it on the ground, it looks like, no, but they're getting a couple of different guys involved here early, at least trying to keep all the defenders' eyes not locked on Solacek.
And already we've seen a couple trick plays, so it's interesting. Custer's got nothing to lose coming in here.
That is for sure. Inside handoff this time to Chance Harsh, 5'11", 180. So they've thrown the one pass. It was intercepted. Harsh picks up a couple. And we'll see if they just keep the football on the ground. And if that's the case, we could see a pretty fast-moving ball game here tonight. We go under 8 minutes to play in the first quarter.
Look for the Scottsbluff defense to put some extra pressure on Custer here with their inexperienced young offensive line.
Xavier Garcia in along the defensive line. Tyler Smith has moved out to a defensive end, and that's who makes the play defensively. That'll be a loss of 3. And call it loss of 4, and it'll set up 3rd down now and 11. Tyler Smith, that's showing his toughness here the last few weeks, starting at center and now along the defensive line. Just got to get their best football players on the field as much as possible. Not going to see as much 2 platoon this year for the Cats. Inside give to Harsh, Garcia, Smith, and Mogg. A lot of bulk right there in on the tackle for no gain. So that'll bring up 4th down and long now for Custer. 6 minutes and 47 seconds to play here in the opening quarter. Each team with an opening drive turnover, and now the Bearcat defense holds. And appears they have forced Custer into a punting situation. They will snap it from their own 41-yard line. Hunter waits at his own 30. High spiraling kick. That will bounce. Jose Rodriguez at the 25. Couple of different defenders in on the tackle. Quade Parker, one of those gunners downfield to make the stop. Scottsbluff will have the football. It looks like they're at their own 23-yard line to start drive number 2. So ball security obviously going to be number 1, number 2, and number 3 as far as things to focus on here on this drive for the Cats. Brett Hill, second play from scrimmage, fumbled away to Custer. Cats defense holds, and the Cats get it back, and now Preston Anderson fumbles the football. It's loose. Who's got it, I think? Maybe Brett Hill, the quarterback, back inside the 20, falls on it. And that'll be a loss of 4, so fumbleitis an issue here early as Anderson just dropped it as he was approaching the line of scrimmage.
Very fortunate for the Bearcats for that ball to pop out of that pile and Brett just to be right there for it.
2nd down, call it 13. Hill in the gun, hand off to Anderson. Anderson running right, they're ripping at the football. Anderson gets it out to the 25-yard line, a gain of 5, and that'll make it 3rd down and 8. Well, you can really see those approaching defenders trying to scrape, rip, and go after the ball. Why not? Scottsbluff's giving it up pretty often here early this year.
I know these Custer's coaches have highlighted the fact that Scottsbluff has turned the ball over a bunch, so I'm sure they're just begging for another turnover.
And if you can hold on to it, that might lead to a broken tackle or 2 and maybe a big play as the defender focuses on that rather than making the stop. Brett Hill will take to the air. Now he'll tuck it and run, tripped up, dives forward. He'll be tackled at the 30. That's a gain of 5 for Hill, but after the opening play of the possession with the loss of yardage, that'll make it 4th down and 3. So 5 more on the ground that play for Brett Hill, but a punting situation now for Scottsbluff. Rodriguez waits on the snap. He's at his own 17-yard line. Back deep to receive the punt is Jace Kelly. He'll let it go, and this ball will take a Scottsbluff bounce and roll inside the 15. 58-yard punt for Placido Rodriguez. The friendly bounce helps the cause. And with 4:23 to play in the first quarter, we are still scoreless as Custer will get the football back.
Wouldn't be surprised to see Custer take a shot here, backed up against their own end zone. Got nothing to lose, might as well.
1-2 their record, 42-19 loss to West Central. Shutout Spearfish big, 40-0. Last week got beat by Lennox. Their coach said they played much better in the second half. Sterling Sword on the option, stood up, never went down, but the whistle blows, and that'll be a pickup of 2 to the 15-yard line. That'll make it 2nd down and 7. 4 minutes and 6 seconds to go. Opening quarter as the clock continues to run. Bearcat football tonight on 106.9 The Trail and KHYYFM.com. They'll send a single receiver here to the near side. Ball far side right hash. Twins that direction. I formation. They hand it to Solachik. Scottsbluff's defensive front all over that.
The defensive line is doing a great job of being aggressive and getting that backfield before Solachik can get his legs going.
Jace Wilkinson in on the tackle. Jared Baltazar wearing number 9 tonight. Play action, 3rd down and 9, nowhere to run. Looked like a design quarterback keep off of play action. And that'll be a loss of a couple. And Chance Simons in on the stop for the Bearcats. So the defensive unit comes up with another, this time very quick 3 and out. 2:44 to go here in the opening quarter. Scottsbluff has definitely swung the field position matchup. End over end, sort of a knuckleball kick. Sails out of bounds, shy of midfield. We'll see where the near side official will mark the football. Like he's asking for a little bit of help, and they're going to settle on the 45-yard line. So plus starting field position right now for Scottsbluff. But Noah, last week early in the game, Scottsbluff's first 3 drives were all inside the opponent's 50. And a couple of those, they weren't able to come away with anything. They did have the 1 touchdown run from Alex Galindo. But capitalizing with good field position should be something that Scottsbluff's pretty good at. And it's yet to be the case this year.
And that's what Coach Hall wants right here. He wants them to take advantage of the great field position because they got into trouble last week when they didn't take advantage of it.
They hand it to Alex Galindo. We get a whistle right after the snap. I don't see a flag, so maybe they just went too soon. Let's see here. 2nd down, so snap was low and a knee touchdown before the handoff was made. So a loss of 2 for Brett Hill. And Scottsbluff back behind the chains again here. 2nd down and long. Inside give to Preston Anderson. Anderson met. And a nice stick there. And on the tackle for Custer that time was Sam First. First 5'9", 155, a senior. 3rd down and 9 for the Cats. Ball right hash mark. Double tight set. Now they'll shift the formation. Strong side left. They'll fake the handoff. Play action. Hill dumps it. And well short of his intended target, Trevor Shorts, as that ball bounced off the 40-yard line. Shorts running a crossing route. He was about 3 or 4 more yards further downfield. Now 4th down and long. Rodriguez comes on to punt. Down to 1:26 to play in the opening quarter. It's been a struggle for both offenses so far early tonight. Now we've got a whistle and the flag flies from deep into the secondary for Custer. We'll see what this is about. Illegal substitution. So a free 5, and that'll make it 4th down and 4 now for Scottsbluff. And with the 5-yard penalty, the punt unit comes off, and here comes the Bearcat offense back onto the field. Chance Simon's going to lead the way as that fullback. Handoff to Alex Galindo. Alex to the 2nd level. He's to the secondary and tackled inside the 25-yard line. They'll mark him. Looks like they'll mark the football at the 25, a gain of 14 for Galindo. So a mistake from Custer on the penalty, and that gives Scottsbluff a 4th down conversion.
Big hole there by the offensive line. I saw Tony Omokiak down the field. Good blocking.
Coming up on 1 minute to play in the opening quarter. Snap to Hill. give to Galindo. Starts outside, puts that left foot in the ground, tries to cut the run back inside. And he'll take it to the 22 for a gain of 3, and that'll make it 2nd down and 7. 45 seconds to go here in the first quarter. Scottsbluff trying to find their footing, both for tonight and for the season. Still in search of that first win. 4 straight losses if you go back to the state championship game. Preston Anderson creases the defense. And Anderson takes it to the 11, a gain of 12. And Scottsbluff now knocking on the door.
I like seeing Preston Anderson run. The last few weeks he's come in and done a very good job of running hard.
On the season coming into tonight, 16 carries for 70 yards. Scottsbluff looks like they want to get one more snap off before the end of the quarter. On the quarterback keeper this time. Up inside. And Brett Hill takes it inside the 5 to the 4. That'll be a gain of 7 for the Bearcats. Horn sounds at the end of the first quarter here tonight at Bearcat Stadium. Scottsbluff and Custer scoreless on the West Coast scoreboard. Power formation for Scottsbluff as we start things here in quarter number 2. Brett Hill in the gun. Low snap, and he was going to hand it off. Sort of a busted play. Brett picks it up, makes something out of nothing, and takes the football to the 2. That'll be a gain of 2, and sure beats what could have been about a loss of 3 or 4 yards. And it'll be 3rd down, and they can still pick up a first down inside or right around the 1-yard line. 3rd down and goal. Or check that, 3rd down and a long one. Give to Galindo. Galindo met, falls forward, and he is into the end zone as the Bearcats find pay dirt early in the second quarter. 11:31 to go in the first half, and Galindo with a 2-yard run, and the Bearcats have the early lead, 6-0. And we look now for the PAT from Placido Rodriguez. Snap is back, Hill with the hold, and Rodriguez kick is good. Cats on the board, took him a minute. The offense now on track. 11:31 to play in the first half. Scottsbluff leading Custer 7-0 on the West Coast scoreboard. All right, get a 3 and out.
Yep, gotta get something going.
Chris Cottrell, Noah Bruner, glad to have you along tonight. Radio coverage, 106.9 The Trail. Scottsbluff with a 7-0 lead. Flag flies from the far side over there, the Custer sideline, right as the ball was being blasted down to the Wildcats by Rodriguez. 11:31 to play in the half. Scottsbluff gets the short touchdown run moments ago from Alex Galindo. He scored both touchdowns for Scottsbluff last week. A 31-yard run and an 82-yard touchdown reception from Brett Hill. All of that came in the first quarter, and then the offense bogged down the rest of the way. Cats will, what feels like, quick stop here, get some more confidence, defense get off the field and give it right back to the offense would be huge. Short kick, fielded at the 25. Crossing the 30, return man gets it out to around the 37-yard line. That was Sterling Sword, the quarterback, back deep in the return game. And when you have a roster that only has 25 kids, Noah, guys got to be versatile and do a lot of different things.
Yeah. It'll be interesting to see how long these guys can play 100%, see how long they last. Be interesting to watch.
Gehring tonight in this same situation. 21 kids is all dressed for. Head coach Danny O'Boyle. They're in action. Kickoff at 7 at home against Shadron. Tennyson in motion. Hand off to Solachik. He'll push the pile with that big body. And it looks like they will mark him down at the 40. That'll be a gain of 3 and make it second down and 7. He is a big bruiser, 6'1", 220. Listed height and weight. Xavier Garcia comes off for Scottsbluff. Baltazar, outside backer to the near side. Wilkinson crowds the line at his outside backer spot on the top side of the formation. Sword in trouble, cuts it back. Well, just kind of weaves his way, and when it's all said and done, he's going to take it across the 45 to the 47, picks up 7, and that's enough for a Custer first down.
Good job by him of just making something out of nothing. Had a guy right in his face as soon as he turned around. Good job.
Started right, found pressure, tucked it, got back underneath, and nothing flashy, but enough to give Sterling, or check that Custer. Would have been Sterling this week, week 4. Colorado moving their season to the spring. Custer the replacement game here tonight. 2 receivers each side. No backs in the backfield. And Sword on the design quarterback keep. And Hazel Mendoza, I think, was the first one there to get an arm out and trip up Sterling Sword. No gain. Ball still shy of midfield. It'll be second down and 10. Custer with it at their own 47-yard line.
Good blitz call there. Saw Hazel come up to the line. Good job by him.
He's in the middle along with Evan Hegem. 2 receivers to the short side. Mendoza shows blitz again. And boy, he made contact with the lead blocker, and that really just bottled up the entire play as Solachik is tackled for a 2-yard loss, and that'll make it third down and 12. So the blitz works against the pass. That time the blitz stifled the run game.
If it works once, why not try it again, right?
And now Custer behind the chains, third down and long. 9 minutes and 3 seconds to play in the first half. Sword with an I formation behind him. They'll fake the handoff, throw it. Pass is too tall, which is saying something considering his target, Gage Tennyson, is 6'5", and the ball falls incomplete.
Not sure if he would have had enough for the first down anyway. Caden Shoemaker was right there to make the play.
And now another punting situation for the Custer Wildcats. Jose Rodriguez waits at his own 19-yard line for the punt. Cats showing blitz. They get pressure up the middle. Nick Mogg, and this will be a short punt. It didn't even reach the line needed to pick up a first down. Line of scrimmage was the 46. That'll be a 9-yard punt. And Scottsbluff will have great starting field position at their own 45-yard line.
They showed blitz and they brought blitz. I think Nick Mogg almost got a finger on that one.
And the punter was only about 10 yards deep, so the pressure got to him in a hurry. Got to think maybe that had something to do with the direction and wildness of the punt. First down and 10, 8:47 to play in the first half. Bearcat football, they lead 7-0. Now it's Sterling showing blitz. Brett Hill under pressure, rolls away, steps up. Now he's got a lot of running room across the 50. He's at the Custer 40, still on his feet at the 30-yard line. That'll be a gain of 25 yards for Brett Hill. He looked dead in the water, Noah. Stayed alive and picks up 25.
Once again, we see another player do something out of nothing. Pretty interesting.
So the Cats now with it at the Custer 30. 7-0 on a 2-yard run from Alex Galindo on their last drive. Two receivers left. Inside give to Preston Anderson to the second level on his feet. He's got enough to move the chains. Inside the 20 to the 18, a gain of 12 for Preston Anderson.
And we'll see Coach Hall continue to pound this ball all the way down to the end zone. He takes pride in that.
And they need to find as much success running the football as they possibly can tonight. Be shocked if they go away from it right now. First and 10. Line of scrimmage, the 18-yard line. Ball right hash. Quick little flip to Galindo. Smooth sailing. It's got to be a pass, right?
I believe they call that a pass now.
So a quick little flip. And Galindo scampers in from 18 yards. 7:38 to play. Hill to Galindo. Covers 18. Rodriguez will come on for the PAT. Kick is up. And it is 14-0 with 7:38 to play. We'll step away. Cats up by 2 scores here in the second quarter on the West Coast scoreboard. Get a stop here and it might get out of hand.
They might not throw it one more time again the rest of the game. Unless he's got a play he wants to work on.
Bearcats and Custer, South Dakota. A lot of bad breaks this year for the Cats. That'll be a good one. Kickoff, kind of rolls down inside the 10, takes a little bit of a left turn, and instead of rolling out of bounds, Rodriguez gets it to roll into the end zone, and that'll force Custer to go 80 yards to find the end zone here on this next offensive possession. So the quick flip counts as a touchdown pass from Hill to Galindo. And Scottsbluff now starting to build some confidence here tonight as they look for their first win of the season. They're on top 14-0.
And I don't see Coach Hall going away from any of these pressures that he's bringing. Look for some more of that.
Sterling Sword under center. Solachik in the backfield. The lone back. They'll run speed option left. Sword tucks it. Tackled by Evan Hegum as he comes across the line of scrimmage. Gain of 2 for Sterling Sword. We're down to under 7.5 minutes to play in the first half. 14-0 the lead for Scottsbluff.
And last week, Last week we saw those linebackers struggle just a little bit against the screen and all the other plays, so look for them to have a bounce-back game.
Hagum and Mendoza set up in the middle. Mendoza blitz. They pitch it to Solachik. He's got the corner, and he's got the 40 pushed out of bounds. They blitz middle. They run option away from the side. Mendoza busted through, and really just a game of numbers worked to Custer's favor there. See, they will mark him at the 45-yard line, so a gain of 23 for Daniel Solachik. Chance Simons has been limping a little bit on and off the field, and he's playing, giving it a go, but getting some plays off, and he'll walk over and grab a water bottle and probably get himself back out there pretty quickly. 1st and 10, high snap over Sword's head. Solachik retreats, slips, falls on it back at the 25-yard line. And let's see where they mark the football. They're going to mark it at the 25, a loss of 20 on the play, and that will hurt Solachik as he falls on the loose football. That all starts with the center. Eli Steele snap, got over Sword's head in the shotgun, and now this drive would appear to be slim and none as far as making something happen. 6 minutes and 12 seconds to play, first half. Sword flips it out to Tennyson. Tennyson makes a couple of would-be tacklers miss, and when it's all said and done, a gain of only 1. And now a timeout is taken by Scottsbluff. With 6 minutes to play here in the first half, we'll step away with them. Cats lead 14-0 on the West Coast scoreboard. Third down and long. Cats on the blitz. And that is Garcia tripping up the quarterback Sword. Xavier Garcia will get credit for the sack. Line of scrimmage was the 26. That'll go as a loss of 4 on the play. And it'll be 4th down and long now. Scottsbluff takes another timeout. We'll stay with it here. Give me time to tell you about our good friends over at Wells Fargo Advisors. You know, for more than 125 years, Wells Fargo Advisors has created wealth management and investment strategies aimed at achieving their clients' personal financial goals. Call Ryan Windhorst at 632-7561. Together, you'll go far. Cats really want to keep as much time as they possibly can on the clock these last 2 plays. They will get the football again to start the second half. So trying to get as many reps as possible on the offensive side, it would appear right now. Again, short set for the punter. Just outside his 10, end over end kick. Jose Rodriguez lets it bounce. And Custer's going to gain about another 11, 12 yards of field position. As the ball rolls inside the Scottsbluff 40, they'll mark it down at the 36-yard line.
Once again, I wouldn't be surprised to see Coach Hall keep this one on the ground, keep pounding the ball down the Custer defense.
5:41 to play. Here in the second quarter, Scottsbluff has scored on their last 2 possessions. Galindo a 2-yard touchdown run. Hill to Galindo and a quick little flip as Galindo came in motion, an 18-yard. It'll go in the books as a touchdown pass. 2 receivers to the left side. Man in motion, Jackson Ostick. They'll flip Jackson the ball. Jackson will stay to the outside. Solachik makes the tackle at the 42-yard line. Gain of, gain of 6 on the passing play from Hill to Jackson Ostick. Brett Hill came into play tonight with 1 touchdown pass, 2 interceptions, 312 yards through the air this year, 82 of those on 1 play last week to Galindo for 6. Hand off to Alex. Alex ducks it back inside. He's got enough for the first down. Tackled at the 48, a gain of 6 on the carry for Alex Galindo. We go under 5 minutes to play in the first half. That'll move the chains. Scottsbluff with it 1st and 10, just shy of midfield, ball between the hash marks. Tony Mokiak, Tyler Smith, Kellen Hayes, Isaiah Torres, Nick Mogg along that offensive front. Hill in the gun. Galindo wing back left. They will roll Hill to the right. Quick toss out to James Bruner. In and out of his hands. Ball incomplete. Would have been about a yard shy of the first down. Low throw, but James had a chance to go down and dig that one out. It falls incomplete. 2nd down and 10.
Tough catch for him there.
4:32 to play in the first half. Bruner will line up. Wide to the near side. Slot receiver Ostick to the left as well. Inside give to Preston Anderson. Immediate cutback to the outside. We're going to get a flag down at around the 40. Anderson with the carry inside the Custer 25 to around the 22, but flag is inside the 45. And we'll wait on the signal here from the official. It's going to go against Scottsbluff. They'll be backed up behind the chains now. New line of scrimmage will be the Bearcats' 45-yard line.
Even though the flag takes away that big gain by Preston Anderson, he did a great job of finding the cutback lane. Had great vision there.
And found it quickly. Got to the outside in a hurry. And he started it, that left wingback spot, and then came right back out to the left side, got around the edge. Hand off to Galindo. Alex bounces to the perimeter. Alex inside the 40, still on his feet. Tackle made at around the 37-yard line. Pickup of 15 on the run for Alex Galindo coming into play tonight. Galindo had rushed it for 142 yards. It seems like week by week he's gaining more and more confidence from the coaching staff and turning into one of the top 2 couple of featured ball carriers.
For sure. And I didn't see a whole lot of downfield blocking from the linemen last week. It's good to see that, seeing these linemen 10, 15 yards down the field still holding their blocks for Alex Galindo.
Galindo will line up wing back right side. Double tight end set. Simon's the fullback. Now they bring Galindo in motion. They'll hand it off underneath. It goes to Preston Anderson. Anderson to the 32-yard line for a gain of 4, and that'll make it 2nd down. And now 6. Eli Steele in on the tackle. Solachik there as well. Scottsbluff with the lead, 14-0. On the move here. Already real late in this second quarter. 3 minutes and 10 seconds to go. Little play action boot. Hill. He's got a man deep, and good job, Gage Tennyson. Ball a little underthrown. Tennyson used that 6'5" frame to get a paw up and knock it away. If not, Schwartz had the deep defender beat by a step or two. Could have been 6, but Tennyson makes the play.
Like you said, Trevor Schwartz had him beat. Good job by Tennyson, just putting his hands up and getting a piece of that ball.
Makes it 3rd down and 6. 3:03 to play, second quarter action. Schwartz tied in left. Mokiak to his right at left tackle. Two receivers to the wide side. Ball left hash. Show rolls right. Fires. And this time the catch is secured by James Bruner. That's enough for the first down. Gain of 9 on the play. Just a simple out route.
Looked like it. Must have had to get a little warm up in there first as they ran that play earlier.
I mean, if you've got the cushion, just take it to the chains, bust the route off to the sideline, and just a little easy pitch and catch right there for Brett Hill and James Bruner. 1st and 10 for the Cats. 2:36 to play in the first half. Hand off to Galindo. Alex tried to duck underneath a would-be tackler. Still on his feet, getting a good push, and just the momentum of the pile takes him to around the 17. That'll be a pickup of 6 for Alex Galindo.
We've seen Scottsbluff have these long drives. They're really holding that time of possession. It's a key to success.
And if you're able to pay it off with 6, it really starts to, A, put the pressure on your opponent, and B, start to demoralize you, as you well know. All the success with this power football attack over the years. Give to Preston Anderson. Anderson looks like he's got enough for a first down. That'll be a gain of 5. Now, no, after the early fumble from Brett Hill, and then Anderson lost the football. Looks like ball security's been pretty clean since then.
Yep, and you heard Coach Hall talk about that a couple weeks ago. He has guys carrying around footballs. It's a great idea.
Hand off to Galindo. Galindo breaks a tackle. He's at the 10, tripped up, falls inside the 5 to the 4-yard line. That'll be a gain of 8. And it'll be 2nd down and a couple now for the Cats with under 90 seconds to play here in the first half. Scottsbluff starting to flex just a little bit. Preston Anderson, he'll be tackled shy of the goal line on the inside handoff. Gain of 3 to the 1-yard line. And Scottsbluff now with it. 1st and goal. And they'll come to the line of scrimmage. Power set, wing right. 2 tight ends. Ball between the hash marks. Snap, give to Galindo. Galindo is met. Maybe fell forward to the line of scrimmage. Chance Harsh. And First also there on the tackle. Sam First and Chance Harsh. 33 seconds to play. Hill will duck it in behind that offensive line and cross the goal line for 6 more for the Bearcats. With 28 seconds to play in the first half, Brett Hill with the 1-yard run. Rodriguez will come on to attempt the PAT. And Scottsbluff in good shape here late in the first half tonight. They lead this one 20-0, trying to make it a full 3-score lead with the kick from Placido Rodriguez. And they do just that. 28 seconds to play in the second quarter. Scottsbluff with a 21-0 lead on Custer on the West Coast scoreboard.
Fans, please do remember the social distance as you go down the concessions in black. There's plenty of time. No need to rush. Might wait and let the crowd thin out a little bit before you head down. Thank you very much.
They needed a game like this.
Yeah.
Get them some confidence.
Placido Rodriguez kick bounces at the 15. They'll run a little reverse action, get it to Solachik. He'll come across the 20 and banged out of bounds shy of the 25. No, when you look across, it's just stark comparison between the number of kids on these two sidelines. When they've got 11 on the field, it looks like they've got a couple of their 25 not even dressed tonight. They barely even, I don't even know if they have 11 more kids dressed on the sideline right now. So it's shocking to look across the way and see that few kids available for Custer, but that's what they were able to bring down tonight.
Yeah, give a lot of credit to this team for coming out here and fighting for a game that may not matter too much on the schedule.
Opportunity. You don't get a lot of high school football Friday nights. They come and go in a hurry as a young man, and you take advantage any way you can. So kudos to their staff, their school district for saying, yeah, let's head on down and play this football game rather than sit at home and do nothing. Hard count, free 5. And Custer has it. 1st and 5 now from the 29-yard line. Just 21 seconds to go in this first half. A very fast-moving first half. Kickoff was 47 minutes ago. And here we are, just a snap or two away from halftime. Tennyson on the inside counter look. Tennyson breaks a couple of tackles, takes the football out to the 39-yard line. That'll be a gain of 10 for Gage Tennyson.
Looked like it was a little misdirection there. Ran the option out of it. Had Hill come around the other side.
Now a timeout taken by Custer. So another Friday afternoon that includes a couple of cancellations. Sioux County had their game with Guernsey Sunrise nixed because of COVID. Of course, in Class B, and real bummer for Hastings, had to have been at least at a minimum halfway out to the Panhandle on their drive. When I saw on Twitter this afternoon from Alliance AD Anita James that game had been canceled due to COVID-19 tonight. Gearing playing very short-handed. They'll kick off in about 15 minutes at home against Shadron. Cardinals off a week last week that didn't include a football game, with Valentine entering kids into the protocol. So regardless of record, both these teams should be thankful to be out on the game field. Little inside screen to Tennyson. Sword to Tennyson for a gain of 9. That'll take it just shy of midfield. Set up a 2nd down and short. They've got a timeout taken with 3 seconds on the clock. And now we'll check Sterling Sword's arm. See how far he can get the ball down the field, or maybe they just get it. I'm sure Salacic can do a lot of different things. Who knows who's going to chuck it, but they've taken the timeout, so they're going to want to take a shot here in some fashion.
Yeah, if Scottsbluff has 7 to 8 guys back behind the 30, they wouldn't be surprised to see him hand it off to Sedlacek, see what he can do here.
Chris Cottrell, Noah Bruner with you here on a really lovely Friday night of weather. Light starting to take effect. Monument Physical Therapy in Gearing offers the Bumps and Bruises program. They offer 1 free consultation and 1 free follow-up. Great deal for all area athletes. Monument Physical Therapy in Gearing. This will be the final snap of the half. Straight drop from Sword. Lofts it. Ball is tipped. Bruner got a fingertip on it, knocked it away, and the ball falls incomplete. And the horn sounds here as these teams will head to their respective locker rooms and visit about halftime adjustments. Scottsbluff, after a scoreless first quarter between these two teams, Scottsbluff able to get the offense in gear. They score 3 times, and we'll head to the break with the Cats out in front of Custer. They lead it 21-0 on the West Coast scoreboard.
Fans, it's halftime here at Bearcat Stadium, and that means it's showtime for your Scottsbluff High School Marching Bearcats under the direction of Mr. Frank Highbarrow and Mr. Mike Cook, and the SHS drill team under the direction of Mrs. Angie Hines and Mrs. Tiffany Taberman.
There he is. What's up, man? How you doing?
I want you to meet someone because you're going to be announcing his name a lot.
How's it going, man? Good
Mr.
seeing you.
Agua.
Where are you from? Oh, Minnesota? Cool.
He'll be
All right.
announcing games and stuff for us, too.
How's everything going?
It's going good.
Good deal. I saw you guys walking in, so been a rough go for the Cats, man. Looks a lot.
How's it going?
Looks a lot different here.
A whole lot different.
Can't lose the type of talent over the last 2 years and still expect to be the same, but
Yeah.
they needed a get-right game. So I mean, look, I don't even know if this team could beat Gearing or Alliance.
It's a good confidence booster.
Yeah, they need it.
Here, the band is going back to the 80s. Tonight,
All right, well, I got to get back to work. Good seeing you, man. I'll catch up with you later. Yeah, same with you. You bet.
welcome drum major Josie Brzezinski and the Scottsbluff High School Marching Bearcats.
We're back tonight on the Rural Radio Network, 106.9 The Trail and KHYYFM.com. High school football coverage with Scottsbluff at home, leading here at halftime over Custer, South Dakota by the score of 21-0. A confidence booster was needed so far tonight for Scottsbluff. Noah, they're doing the job, doing what they have to do, taking care of an opponent that comes down here, and this is a winnable football game, and right now up by 3 scores. They appear to be on their way for the first win this year.
Yep, this is what Coach Hall wanted. He wanted to come in here and be able to pound the ball and be able to really get that run game going, help these guys get some confidence for the next couple games.
Still to come here at the break, we'll run through a scoring recap, check on some of the pertinent numbers that Scottsbluff's been able to put up thus far here in the first 2 quarters. A very fast-moving first half of action with both teams staying primarily on the ground. Had a couple of early turnovers. We'll talk about those as well, 1 each for Custer and Scottsbluff. We'll step away, come back, and get you our scoring recap here at halftime with the Bearcats out in front of Custer 21-0 on the West Coast scoreboard.
1980, when Queen rocked the charts with Crazy Little Thing Called Love.
Couple of ball games tonight on the Rural Radio Network for you. We've got radio coverage only here from Bearcat Stadium with Scottsbluff entertaining Custer, South Dakota. The Wildcats come down for this week 4 matchup. Scottsbluff leading 21-0. Set to kick off in just a few minutes crosstown at Gehring. It'll be the Bulldogs entertaining Chadron. Chadron going to be back in action for the first time in 2 weeks. They had their game canceled due to COVID-19 up at Valentine last week. And it was set to be a home game for Chadron. The COVID came on the Valentine side of things, and they'll run into a Gehring program tonight that's got some kids in quarantine. Danny O'Boyle dressing only 21 players for tonight's matchup with the Bulldogs and the Cardinals. It'll be interesting to see how things shake out over at Gehring tonight. One correction, we've had a few number changes, jersey changes tonight. One of those was a mistake on my end. It's Tyson Klein wearing number 9, seeing some action out his outside linebacker spot. And I'll tell you what, he fills out his uniform and looks really good out there. Just a sophomore, 6 feet tall, 170. So Tyson Klein seeing some action on the defensive side of the football here this evening for Scottsbluff as they try and get that linebacking core sorted out. Hazel Mendoza's been in the mix with a lot of blitzes, and he's made his presence felt here in the first 2 quarters tonight. Let's get to our scoring recap. Scoreless in the opening quarter, and then Scottsbluff with a big second quarter into the end zone 3 times. 11:31 to play in the first half. Alex Galindo, a 2-yard touchdown run. PAT made it 7-0. 7:38 to play. Just a little underhand pitch from Hill to Galindo, so it'll be charted as an 18-yard touchdown pass. That made it 14-0 Scottsbluff with the PAT, and then with under 30 seconds to play in the half, Hill just quarterback power right off tackle. Followed the big offensive line. Placido Rodriguez made it 3 for 3 with the PATs after the touchdown on that third score. And that's where we're at, 21-0. Inauspicious start for both these teams as Custer threw an interception on their first possession of the night. And then on the second play from scrimmage for Scottsbluff, Brett Hill coughed up the football and lost a fumble, and Custer got it back quickly. So sloppy start for both teams. The Cats get things cleaned up just a bit, and they are rolling here at the break, leading 21-0 here at halftime. We'll check out some of the individual statistics here in just a moment. We'll get those added up, pass them along to you when we come back at the break here at Bearcat Stadium. 21-0 Scottsbluff with the lead by 3 scores on the West Coast scoreboard. Break 13. Just about set to check on some of our halftime numbers. I'll turn it over to Noah in just a moment. Halftime stats, look at the numbers here at the break, brought to you by Paul Reed Construction and Supply. They've been in business for over 35 years, headquartered in Gearing. They've also got the Rock Pile Division Service and Equipment. Paul Reed Construction on 10th Street in Gearing. What sort of numbers do we have to look at right now, Mr. Bruner?
Well, we've seen both teams rely on the run pretty heavily. So Daniel Sedlacek got a few runs going here and there. Even though he had to recover the 20-yard loss with the snap over the head, he has 15 yards. And we see Sword with 10. Sword is also, he's 3 of 5. He's got 11 yards. He's got an interception too. On the other side, we've really seen Scottsbluff dominate the time of possession. So Jackson Ostick's got 6 yards. Brett Hill's got 46 yards rushing and a touchdown. Alex Scalindo had a few big runs there. He had 55 yards and a touchdown. And Preston Anderson was also chipped in 44 yards. Brett is 2 of 5 with 28 yards and a touchdown throwing the ball. And we've seen Alex Scalindo catch an 18-yard pass and James with a 10-yard catch. So we've seen him really balance the offense here. It's really what Coach Hall wanted to do coming into this game.
Yeah, throwing it a little bit, but you can even be heavily slanted to the run game and still show balance by getting different guys involved, hitting different spots along the line to run the football, and they've done a good job of that in the first half.
Exactly.
Halftime score 21-0 right now with Scottsbluff out in front. We'll do a check of Twitter on the hashtag NEBPreps and see what we can come up with. I know we do have another team here in the Panhandle that has improved to 4-0 with a road win over a previously unbeaten team. So we'll check on some scores, see if we can find anything. And remember, the 1 hour earlier kick here tonight, so many teams in the Panhandle just now kicking off here in the 7 o'clock hour. Halftime at Bearcat Stadium, Scottsbluff with a 21-0 lead on the West Coast scoreboard over Custer.
Was there any reason they moved this game up? Just let them get home?
Maybe just they wanted to get down here earlier and get home sooner, and they did whatever. Hawksworth said that they finally agreed to, they wanted to play at Shadron.
Oh, really?
But they said no, and they eventually, Custer said yeah when Hawksworth said I'll buy all your meals after the game.
Huh.
So probably by any means necessary to play the game and then get them home.
Yeah.
But really good on them for coming down and playing.
Yeah, props to them for sure. Most of them probably haven't played in an environment like this either.
He did say that 2 of the teams they've played had the same amount of kids on the roster as Scottsbluff. So,
really?
Like, I guess they might be used to it.
Maybe so.
High school football coverage here on a Friday night. Scottsbluff at home, leading at Bearcat Stadium over Custer, South Dakota by the count of 21-0. The Bridgeport Bulldogs are now 4-0. Last Friday night, they went to Goodland, Kansas, and won down there in overtime 26-20. They were just outside the top 10 poll this week from the Omaha World Herald in C2. Bridgeport now 4-0 after a 27-0 dominant road victory at Gibbon earlier today. So kudos out to the Bridgeport Bulldogs right now. Undefeated still here in the Panhandle. Mitchell with a great shot to start 4-0. They entertain Chase County tonight, kicked off just a few minutes ago. And the Layton Warriors trying to improve to 4-0. They have a road game at Hyannis. Let's scroll and see what we have. Jake McLean, the former defensive coordinator and quarterbacks coach at Scottsbluff, the head man at Holdridge this year, trying to get the Dusters to 2-2 as they've got a big lead at halftime over Sidney, 27-0. Thought I saw something else from Class B moments ago. It was Norris. Oh, here's one. We've got Grand Island Northwest leading Waverly. Wow, 7-0 at halftime. Cats will host Northwest next week. Waverly, a couple of Thursdays ago, knocked off two-time defending state champ Scott, and then they got beat last week. So Northwest trying to build some confidence ahead of their trip to Scottsbluff next week. This was earlier into one. This game probably near halftime at this point. Let's see if we can get the halftime score. It was 6-0. McCook leading Seward, and that's the last score I could see. So at one point, about a half hour or so ago, 6-0 McCook with the lead on Seward. Norris leading Omaha Roncalli 7-3 a little bit ago. That game was at the end of one. So high school football, some of the scores around Class B, and again, the bulk of our teams here in the Panhandle sent to kick things off here, or just kicked off a few minutes ago. Here at halftime at Bearcat Stadium, Scottsbluff up big, 3-touchdown lead on Custer, 21-0. We'll step away and come back with the start of the second half right after this on the Rural Radio Network.
Chance Simons looks like he's hurting pretty well.
Chris Cottrell, Noah Bruner back with you tonight, 106.9 The Trail, KHYYFM.com. And I know we do have a little bit of a stream working for tonight. Wanted to make sure the folks up in the Custer area were able to see their football team tonight. So we got the Rural Radio Network camera. I believe we're plugged in and audio working as well. And there's some Scottsbluff backers out on the road for some other events this weekend, able to check things out, so glad we can provide that for you. Scottsbluff will get the football to start things here in the third quarter. Caden Shoemaker on the return after the short boot, and Scottsbluff will have it 1st and 10, line of scrimmage at their own 34-yard line. Ball along the right hash. Bearcat softball, a big win last night at home over Gehring. They'll play at the Grand Island Northwest tourney tomorrow. Gehring at the North Platte Invitational. Best of luck to both those teams for Saturday invite action. Brett Hill, straight drop. Look left, now he'll come back right. He'll launch it. James Bruner was the intended receiver, streaking down the far sideline. Ball a little bit overthrown, falls incomplete around the Custer 30-yard line. So that'll bring up 2nd down and 10. You've had the success with the run game, Noah, and they take a shot to the little brother. Ball overthrown, could have been a big play.
Yep, surprised to see Coach Hall come out throwing the ball, but looked like he wanted to open the defense up, open that running game up a little bit.
So 10 seconds off the clock. Now we'll go back to the run game. It's Galindo, and we've got a flag thrown from behind the offensive formation. Holding called against Scottsbluff. And on 2nd and 10, they pick up the flag. They'll lose definite field position here. And it looks like they're checking with the sideline of Custer. Yeah, they'll move them back. And it'll be 2nd down and 20. Brett Hill over getting the play call from head coach Judd Hall. Hill will trot back into the offensive huddle. And with 11:42 to play in the 3rd quarter, Cats come over the football, leading by 3 touchdowns. Hill in the gun, wing back to the right. Hand off to Galindo. Cuts it back. And middle of the football field across the 35. He'll take it out to the 37, a gain of 13 on the carry for Alex Galindo. He's shifty, he's got good speed. Looks like he's got some pretty good vision and turned it into a solid quality back here in the last couple of games.
He's a very fun back to watch, very shifty, has great vision. He runs the ball pretty well.
And Coach Hall made a point to say they needed to find some backs that were going to run where the blocks were. So the offensive line, look, they still average a huge offensive line at about 235 pounds. And Galindo gets a hand on the back of Kellen Hayes, pushes his blocker forward, and Alex takes the football out to midfield. Picks up, well, they'll say the 49 of Custer, so a gain of 14 on the play.
You were just talking about how big that offensive line was. That hole might have been bigger than any of those offensive linemen.
So Mokiak, 6'4", 290. Tyler Smith at 235, 6'1", 230 for Kellen Hayes. Isaiah Torres, 5'11", 220. He's emerged over the last couple of ball games. Play action, 1st and 10. They take a shot. Wide open downfield, and Trevor Schwartz looked like he might have stopped on his route a little bit there at around the 20 or near the 15-yard line, or he didn't spot the football, and well, it was coming his direction, overthrown. That could have been a touchdown.
A lot of times these receivers look back for the ball and it slows them down just a little bit, and the quarterback oftentimes doesn't take that into consideration, overthrows it just a little bit.
10 minutes and 17 seconds to play here in the 3rd. So twice here on 1st down early on this first drive of the 3rd quarter, they've taken a deep shot. See if they get back to the run game here on 2nd and 10. They'll motion Galindo into the backfield, quarterback power, and the pile moves forward. Brett Hill picks up about 6 on the play, and that'll make it 3rd down and 4, and you would expect this to be 4-down territory. So Judd Hall, with anything he wants to do here at his disposal on 3rd and 4, when you think about it, they've probably got 2 plays to pick this up. 9 minutes and 46 seconds to play in the 3rd quarter. Hill waits on the snap. They give to Jackson Ostick. Ostick running hard. Ostick to the 2nd level. Tripped over the feet of his offensive lineman. Torres doing a good job blocking downfield, or else that might have been a touchdown. Line of scrimmage now on the run to the 19. A pickup of 24 for Jackson Ostick.
Yeah, give some credit to this offensive line, creating a lot of holes for these running backs to run through.
Saw a very recent former Bearcat up here at halftime. Josiah Diolas popped into the booth to say hello. Freshman year up at WNCC. Basketball season won't start until January. Snap, play action, little boot action to the right. And the pass is complete by Galindo. Trying to break a tackle. He's got enough for a 1st down inside the 10. They'll mark the football at the 8, a gain of 11. As Brett Hill connects with Alex Galindo. And not only can he run it, he can catch it. Starter in the secondary. He's one of the best football players on the team right now, emerging for Scottsbluff.
Coach Hall wants to punch this one in the end zone. Keep getting that confidence boost for those offensive linemen and these skill players.
Lead is 21-0. Cats looking for more. They'll flip the formation. Galindo goes wing left side. Ostick in the backfield, takes the handoff, runs inside. Big stick. That might have been Solachik. That was Gage Tennyson with the big stick defensively. He's a good athlete, good player for this Custer team. Line of scrimmage was the 8, gain of 4. It'll be 2nd down and goal now from the 4-yard line for the Cats. Clock running at 8:06 to play here in the third. Snap low, give to Galindo. Alex is hit, spins his way across the goal line, and Alex Galindo has his third touchdown of the night. It comes with 8:01 to play in the third quarter. 4-yard scamper. And Placido Rodriguez on to attempt the point after touchdown. The kick is up and good. Rodriguez 4 for 4 on the PATs tonight. Scottsbluff with a feel-good performance continuing here in the third quarter. Will step away. Cats leading Custer 28-0 on the West Coast scoreboard. Back on the Rural Radio Network. Low squib type kick from Rodriguez, fielded by Sterling Sword. And Custer will start with the football just shy of their own 30-yard line. 1st and 10 at the 29. Ball beyond the right hash mark. 7:56 to play here in the third quarter. Klein outside backer right. Inside guys are Mendoza and Hegum. Jace Wilkinson showing blitz off the left edge right now. Snap to Sword. It's Wilkinson knifing in, and he joins Nick Mogg on the tackle. No gain on the play, and that'll make it 2nd down and 10.
Scottsbluff's doing a really good job of not letting Sedlacek get to that outside where he strives.
And even if you take away the snap over the head that turned into a big loss for Solachik on the fumbled the recovery, they've really done a nice job bottling them up regardless of that play. The one long run where they ran away from the blitz far side earlier. Mendoza shows blitz from the middle. They'll play action. Sword dumps it off. Chance Harsh on the catch, and he'll have a 1st down. Hill the first contact. Hegum also shows up to finish off the tackle. Gain of 15 as Sword dumps it to Harsh. And Sterling moves the football out to the 44-yard line. Corners, Bruner and Galindo, Shoemaker and Hill. Deep in the secondary, Hazel Mendoza showing blitz once again. 1st and 10 for Custer. Inside give, it's Chance Harsh. Well, he kind of had the ball hanging outside the body, and now we get a late flag. And Sterling clapping. Harsh on the carry. He takes it to the Scottsbluff 48, so a gain of 8. And now we wait on the signal from the official. Oh, holding it looks like against Custer. So that'll wipe out the gain from Harsh. Personal foul the call, so dead ball. 8-yard carry will stand for Harsh. And then they'll back him up 15. And it'll be 2nd down and 18 now for the Custer Wildcats. 6 minutes and 26 seconds to go, third quarter. They show option. They run it left side. Solacek is tackled. Garcia, Mogg, Shoemaker up from the secondary, kind of forced that play back inside with the first contact.
And we see a lot of improvements from last week when Aurora was running that option play and they got burned on it. Caden Shoemaker coming up and making a good play.
Cats well on their way to the first victory here tonight for the season. And then in comes Kevin Stein's team next week. Grand Island Northwest, always physical, always strong, physically strong kids. Not maybe as explosive as they've been in years past offensively, but they'll be well coached and very sound. Trips left. Oh boy, little inside screen. Hill read it well. It's Tennyson on the catch. He takes it out near midfield. And on third down and long, nice gain that time. That ball was floated high and got it out to Tennyson. Looked like Hill read it well from the secondary. When it's all said and done, it turns into a gainer of 13 yards and sets up fourth down and about 5 now for Custer.
I believe it was Harsh who made the key block there. If he doesn't make that block, I think it's going the other way for 6.
They'll bring 2 receivers to the wide side, single receiver left, I formation, Sword under center. Hard count. And now we get a timeout taken by Custer as they've got a decision to make here with 4:46 to play in the third quarter, trailing by 28 points. Do they want to just risk giving Scottsbluff the football back in plus territory? Or do they want to punt it away and send their defense out there with better starting field position? It looks like the punt unit is on. Scottsbluff looks like they'll play it safe here, at least for the moment. We'll see if anybody drops back deep. It will be Brett Hill. He'll play at his feet at around the 20. And we've got a flag. They run a fake. Sterling Swords got the first down, but a flag back near the punter. And an illegal shift. The call against Custer.
Looked like the punter took a couple steps before this ball was snapped. Probably what they're calling there.
So that'll back the Wildcats up 5, and that'll set up a fourth down and a long 9 now for Custer. And they burn the fake with the penalty, so they will boot it away now. Jose Rodriguez, the regular return man, now waits at the 30. High end over end kick, caught up in the wind. It's going to take a Custer bounce. Line of scrimmage was the Custer 44. 25-yard punt. And Scottsbluff will get the football back now. 1st and 10. And they lead it 28-0. Got to be pedal to the metal here offensively with the play calling. Been a rough opening 3-game stretch. Tough opponent next week. Need the reps, need positive outcomes, and these guys gaining more and more confidence.
Yep, I wouldn't be surprised to see them keep pounding it down the Custer defense's throats.
They'll go play action. Third time we've seen a first down throw here in the third quarter. Good tight spiral, and Hill threw it on the line, and he got it to Trevor Schwartz, who hauled it in across midfield. They will mark the football at the Custer 37. A gain of 20 on the play for Scottsbluff. That's one of the better balls we've seen Brett Hill throw this year.
Yep, good catch there by Trevor Schwartz also.
Caught it away from the body. Brought it in, and Cats are on the move here at the Custer 47. Low snap. Couldn't get the handoff to Galindo. Brett Hill picks it up and does a great job to get it back to the line of scrimmage. Maybe a half-yard gain on the play. I think they'll just mark it and call it second down and 10, but that play was dead in the water, and we've seen a lot of low snaps in the last couple of weeks.
Custer wasn't able to take advantage of that play. Had a couple guys there in the backfield, just missed a couple tackles.
And Brett able to scamper out to his right and turn a no gain really into a positive outcome. Snap and the give to Jackson Ostick. Ostick hard charging his way inside the 45. That'll be a gain of 5, and now third down and 5 for the Bearcats. We're under 3 minutes to play here in the third quarter.
Seeing the success that this Scottsbluff offense has been doing lately, I wouldn't be surprised to see this 4-down territory also.
Ball at the right hash mark. 28-0 lead for Scottsbluff. Interesting set here. The give to Galindo. Cut back run immediately, and he's got a lot of clear space in front of him. Hit, stays on his feet, bounces off a tackler, and they're going to mark Alex Galindo out at around the 5-yard line. That'll be a gain of 37 for Alex Galindo. Little window dressing with the formation look that time. And they give it underneath to Alex, and a quick cut. And back to the right side of the gridiron, and he takes it down to just shy of the 5-yard line.
Like we talked about earlier, he runs hard, and we saw that right there at the end, getting a few extra yards after contact.
Double tight end set. Now we're going to get a flag, some movement along the offensive line. Maybe even one of the backs moving early also. So this will cost Scottsbluff 5. It'll be first and goal from just outside the 10. Call it the 11-yard line. Galindo having a big night. He has 3 touchdowns, 2 on the ground, and 1 on a little baby flip that'll go into the books as a passing touchdown.
And I believe that last run put him over 100 yards rushing.
That's big to see. Second 100-yard rusher this year. Ostick had 100 in a ball game earlier. Hill. Pass is intercepted. Down around the goal line, Trevor Schwartz, the intended receiver, picked off by Gage Tennyson, the center fielder at his deep safety spot. Read it, undercut the route, and picked it. And Hill has thrown his 3rd interception of the season and turned it over for the 2nd time tonight. He's fumbled and now an INT.
Looked like he made the wrong read there. I think he had Alex Galindo there standing close to the 4 or 5 yard line. Looked like he was wide open.
So kind of a flood route, multiple guys running different levels of a pass pattern on the same side of the field. And he just went the wrong one of the two.
Might have got a little anxious to score a touchdown there.
Inside give for Custer. First back through. That's Chance Harsh. And that'll be a 5-yard pickup for Chance Harsh. Interesting saying that last name here at Bearcat Stadium from the press box. Sebastian, the best player in the history of Scottsbluff High School. What a season it was a year ago for big number 4. I formation, Solachik on the carry. Powers his way out to the 14-yard line, and that'll leave Custer a yard short and set up 3rd down and 1.
Watch for Scottsbluff to bring some more pressure here, not let them convert this 3rd and 1.
Isaiah Torres getting some work along the defensive line. Rotating some guys at that outside linebacker spot right now. Hand off to Solachik, bottled up as he runs off tackle. First man to arrive defensively was Hazel Mendoza. He's been all over the place tonight from his inside linebacker spot, hadn't he?
All these linebackers playing pretty solid. A lot better than last week.
Need to make sure we check with Coach after the game and get his thoughts on what he's seen from the backers. Wasn't pleased with what was delivered last week. Gain of 2 for Solachik, moves the chains. They'll go to the play action. They'll roll Sword out. Little dump off into the flat. We've got a flag down as Harsh makes the catch and takes it across the 25-yard line, but we wait now on the yellow laundry that's laying out around the 21-yard line. Under 30 seconds to go here in the third quarter. Scottsbluff in control, 28-0. James Bruner signals that it's against Custer, maybe an illegal man downfield. Let's see. So that'll back up Custer to the 11-yard line. An eligible receiver. And now first down and 15. They've got it at their own 11. Handoff, Solachik runs off tackle left side. Chance Simons. Also there defensively was Tyrone Shanks, one of those guys rotating in an outside linebacker position. And the horn sounds, 3 quarters complete. 12 more minutes will head up on the board. Scottsbluff on their way to a victory here tonight. They lead Custer 28-0 on the West Coast scoreboard. Chris Cottrell, Noah Bruner with you on a lovely high school football Friday night. Great weather here out west. Solachik on the carry for the Custer Wildcats, and now a late flag after the play. Mendoza was mixing it up with an offensive lineman. We'll see which direction this goes, but I think it's going to be a personal foul or something unsportsmanlike on one of the two. Solachik picked up 1 on the carry is all. Looks like they are set to walk it back the other direction, so Mendoza kept his cool, and I believe it was an offensive lineman. Did not. It'll be third down and about 16 now for Custer. Snap, Sword, play action, dumps it to Harsh. Harsh on the catch, tackled by Galindo. Open field stop there by Alex Galindo. And they take it across the 15 to the 16, a gain of 6. And it'll be 4th down and 9. Another punting situation upcoming for Custer.
And I believe we'll see a couple reserves come in here. Want to see them come in and compete a little bit if you're Coach Hall.
Always nice when you can, and so many times, you know this, the amount of games that have been out of control, that Scottsbluff able to build those reps and build a little bit of varsity confidence, because you never know when someone might be called upon. 10:55. High end over end kick. Line of scrimmage was the 16. Punter's going to get a friendly bounce to sort of help the final numbers on that punt. 16, they'll mark it out at the 37, so that'll be a 21-yard kick. And the Cats will take over 1st and 10 with 10:43 to play.
Looks like the starters are still out there. Maybe want to score one more touchdown with them.
Ostick to the left of Hill. Galindo wing back right. They will give it to Jackson Ostick. He runs off tackle, right side of the offensive line. Brought down at the 36-yard line. Give him 2 yards. That'll make it 2nd down and 8 now for Scottsbluff.
Give credit to this Custer defense. Still holding up strong a little bit.
Yeah, Custer no quitting these Wildcats here tonight. Inside give. Galindo stays patient. Running behind Mokiak. Gain of 2 for Galindo. We do have a Trey Mays, 6'2", 210 sophomore, is in along the offensive line. 9 minutes and 52 seconds to play here in the ball game tonight. Snap to Hill, give to Alex. Galindo runs behind the big heavies, takes it to the 25, a gain of 8. And that'll move the chains once again here for Scottsbluff. Well on their way to a victory. It'd be their first of the year. They'll be 1-3 when things come to a final whistle here tonight.
And we see a couple reserves there on the offensive line, still chugging along, making some good holes.
Ostick gets around the right edge. Ostick stays wide, now cuts back at around the 10, knocked out around the 8 or 9 yard line. Gain of 16 for Jackson Ostick on the carry. Noticing a lot more really high and tight with the football here tonight. Hopefully some of those drills, and then get a little wide-eyed here early tonight with the early fumble from Brett Hill, but Scottsbluff has been able to clean up the turnovers, at least with the fumbles. Hill did throw the interception in the 3rd quarter. We come up on 9 minutes to go in the game. Hill in the gun. 2 tight end set. Low snap. Fakes the handoff. He will run off tackle. Spins. Did Hill find the end zone? I believe he did. There's the signal. Well, we wait on the signal. I haven't seen one yet. And they're going to mark it at the 1 yard line. So a gain of 8 for Brett Hill. Just about everybody here was starting to celebrate. We saw Tony Mokiak's hands go up to signal 6, but never saw the stripes give us the touchdown call. 8 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Should be a mere formality with the ball at the 1 yard line. Hill in the shotgun. Power football. Hill, they'll reward him with the touchdown run. His 2nd TD carry of the night. He's been in on 3 of the scores. And with 8:20 to play in the game, Brett Hill has his 2nd 1 yard touchdown run tonight. And Scottsbluff leads it 34-0. And we'll see if Placido Rodriguez can stay perfect on the PATs. 4 for 4 so far this evening. Snap is back, kick is up, and good. 5 for 5. 8:20 to play in the game. Cats in control 35-0 on the West Coast scoreboard.
Yeah, and other than the turnovers, they've looked pretty solid.
Pretty solid. Nothing fancy, but like how this team will look when they play well.
Right.
You know, not going to wow you, but just workmanlike and grind it.
A lot of the times when they turn the ball over, they just get down on themselves so hard.
Yeah.
I mean, that's still got to be a preaching point, even though, I mean, good teams are going to take advantage of it still.
Yeah. Chris Cottrell, Noah Bruner, glad to have you listening and watching maybe on our live stream tonight, able to try and help the folks up in the Custer, South Dakota area. Check their football team out tonight. Glad to have that stream up and running. Hope it's working well. Don't have a look at it here in the booth. Kick return. Custer takes it out across the 40-yard line. And look, the score's out of hand, but you got to hand it to Custer. Taking on an unfamiliar opponent, saying yes to make this game happen on the road. They come down here with 25 kids on the roster. Scottsbluff with a lot more kids able to dress, and Custer's battled. Guys playing both ways. And if nothing else, they got an experience they didn't expect to have when the season started. And unlike a lot of other teams around the state every week this year, they're playing football here tonight. And good to see it with two unfamiliar opponents. Custer will come out and spread the field a little bit. Ball between the hash marks. 35-0. We'll get the running clock the rest of the way. Xavier Garcia almost came up with a stop in the backfield. He wanted to eat. Sword for a late dinner. Couldn't wrap him up, and Sterling Sword picks up 10 to move the chains. It'll be first down and 10 now with Custer in plus territory at the Scottsbluff 47-yard line.
Yeah, like you said, we're very blessed to have football at this point in time in the world.
And really from day to day, you never know. And even on Friday, game day, we've seen a ton of cancellations the last few weeks. More of that today. Alliance lost their home game against Hastings tonight. Mendoza shows blitz, goes after Sword, led up. That could have been a late hit, but he pulled the plug on the big shot. And Solacek is tackled for no gain. It'll be second down and 10. Xavier Garcia in on the stop. 6.5 minutes to play here in the fourth quarter.
We've seen Xavier Garcia at 300 pounds take advantage of that freshman right across from him. A lot of times he's just tossing him out of the way. So good night by him.
Yeah, Garcia 6 feet 300. Severin 5'9", 170. That's a mismatch. And when they line him up over center, Steele just 180. Snap. Sword on the move. Dumps it. Tennyson. He's a good one for Custer. Makes the catch for a gain of about 9. Sword to Tennyson. Picks up 9. It'll be third down and short now. Caden Shoemaker in on the tackle for Scottsbluff.
And Tennyson only a junior. He looks good for a junior.
I bet she's a star on the basketball floor. 6'5", 185, athletic, good speed. Just a guess. They'll split a single receiver out left, 2 to the short side, ball right hash, third down and 1. High formation behind Sword. They'll run a little flip. Tennyson drops it, and Scottsbluff picks it up for a fumble recovery. I think Tennyson just, the old Cardinal rule, I think he got his head up, trying to find somewhere to run before he'd fully secured that. And Isaiah Torres picks up the fumble recovery for Scottsbluff.
Can't help but think that was our fault for jinxing it there.
Yeah, talk highly about it. It is. It's a broadcaster's jinx. .454. We apologize to the Tennyson family, but look, we meant what we said. He's had a good night. Excellent looking athlete. Put that one behind him and move on. Now we'll see, I would imagine, a full batch of reserves here for Scottsbluff. It looks like Josiah Mobley, a sophomore, 5'11", 165. And now you're hollering at the sideline, trying to get the correct groupings. Who's on the second team? Who do we need? How many we got? This is where it gets a little chaotic. But coaches, they want it crisp. They want you to be paying attention. You need to be on your toes. And now Coach Hall still looking back, trying to find somebody to put into the football game. They don't want Christian Arnold in, starting tight end. Now they've got a replacement. Looks like that'll be Mason Kinsey, 6'2", 170.
And if you're any of these reserves coming in, you want to take advantage of this opportunity to show the coaches what you can do.
And even if it's not you they're looking for your position, when they start to look to the sideline, just run out there and say, I'm available, right?
Exactly.
Double tight end set. Mobley in at quarterback. Hard count. He'll take the snap. Handoff running near side is Jackson Ostick. Let's double check. Yeah, it's J.O. He picks up a couple. It'll be 2nd down and 8. We come up on 4.5 minutes to go here in our ball game tonight. Scottsbluff leading 35-0 deep into the 4th quarter. Mobley in the gun. Jose Rodriguez wing back right. That's now Shanks in the backfield. Hand off to Rodriguez. Solachik in on the tackle at the line of scrimmage. No gain. It'll be 3rd down and long now for Scottsbluff. Kobe Carrizales, a senior, 155 pounds. He enters the game. Now coming in along the offensive line will be Jackson Escom, 160-pound senior. Isaiah Torres will come to the near side. Panda get a breather. 3rd down and 8. 3:46 to play in the game. Rodriguez at the wing back. Tyrone Shanks in the backfield. Mobley, hard count. Hand off to Shanks. He'll bust it out to the near sideline. Stiff arm a defender. Lost the football, and the Cats have turned it over. Custer on the recovery. Falling on the football was Jace Kelly.
Tough, hard run there by Shanks. Tough break for him there at the end, though. That's one he'll look back and learn from, for sure.
Keegan Nation, 5'9", 170, comes in off the bench. Carrizales now will get some snaps defensively. They get Shoemaker out of the game in the secondary. Scottsbluff with a feel-good win here tonight, much needed. As a program, they had lost 4 games in a row, unheard of here. Sword inside give to Harsh. Harsh tackled on the play by Tyrone Shanks. Gain of 10 for Chance Harsh, junior running back. Under 2.5 minutes to go in the game. Lakers-Nuggets game 1 tonight of the Western Conference Finals. Let's see if we can grab a quick score for you on that. Lakers lead by 11 late in the 2nd quarter, 50-39. Well-rested LA team. But man, the Nuggets, 6 of their last 10 games now have been elimination games. 6-0 in them.
What an interesting playoff run they have going right now.
What an interesting situation. The bubble's been wild and been weird. Kudos to the NBA for making it all happen. They set up a middle screen to Solachik. Solachik, this could be shred time with that big body against some of the reserves. We'll get a timeout taken by Custer. We'll break with them. 35-0, 1:45 to go. Scottsbluff up big on the West Coast scoreboard.
Crazy thing with the Nuggets is they were down like double digits, multiple games, multiple elimination games.
Yeah.
Just insane what they're doing.
Back quickly with you here on the Rural Radio Network. 1st and 10 for Custer. Little flip out to Tennyson. He wants to dip it inside, and he'll pick up, we'll give him 3 to the 40. It'll be 3rd down. Check that, 2nd down and 7 now for Custer. Under 1.5 minutes to go in the game. So want to wish Custer well the rest of the way. keep an eye on what their record looks like as we get deeper into the season. Again, big thanks to their administration, athletic department, football team, Coach Dave Williams and their guys for coming down and making this game a reality. Solachik runs it straight ahead to the 35. He'll fall forward to the 34-yard line, give Solachik 6 on the carry. More substitutes enter the game now for the Bearcats. Isaiah Carney enters. And they'll take another timeout. Try and dial something up along that far side.
To reiterate what you said, big props to this Custer team for coming down here and just playing hard. Take advantage of any chance you can get playing on the field at this point.
Haven't seen too much in the way of any noticeable injuries for either team here tonight, so hopefully they get out of this game feeling good and get back to their regular slate once they get back home. Pass over the middle, wanted Tennyson, ball dropped at around the 27-yard line. Clock will continue to move here. Had the running clock since about since 8:20 when Scottsbluff scored that 5th touchdown of the night. Tyson Klein in on the coverage defensively. On the incompletion, now 4th and short. 30 seconds to go in the game. Sterling Sword under center. He'll roll it to his left. Wants to flip it, gets it to Harsh. Chance Harsh tackled it around the 36-yard line. Or checked at the 26, so that'll be a gain of 9. Kinsey on the tackle. That'll move the chains. We're out of time here. Final few seconds tick off the clock. Scottsbluff able to pitch the shutout. They score in 3 of the 4 quarters. Empty in the first, big quarter in the second when they scored 3 times. And the final score here tonight, Scottsbluff a winner, their first victory of the season. The final score 35-0 on the West Coast scoreboard. We'll step away and then come back with our Runs a post-game show right after this on the Rural Radio Network. How many yards did Alex have? Do you know yet?
Getting to him right now.
Okay.
68. $138. 3 touchdowns running.
How much?
138 with 3 touchdowns.
early start time here tonight. Kickoff at 6 o'clock, and this thing is over before 8 p.m. here out west at Bearcat Stadium. Chris Cottrell, Noah Bruner with you on our Runs of Post-Game show as we get started after Scottsbluff rolls to a big win here tonight, 35-0 over Custer, South Dakota. Runza doesn't like to think of themselves as just another restaurant. They like to think of themselves as part of the community. Runza with locations in Scottsbluff, Gering, and Chadron. Needed a victory, needed it in a feel-good type of confidence-boosting way, and that's exactly what Scottsbluff got here tonight. But there will be plenty of coaching points. Still 3 turnovers in this ball game. One came late with the reserves in the game with a fumble from Tyrone Shanks. Brett Hill coughed one up early, threw an interception in the third quarter down by the goal line. But all things considered, you're not going to see the explosive type football players or scores or style of offense we've seen over the last 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 years with all the talent that's been here. But this is what it would look like when this team plays well, kind of grind it out, stick to the ground game, try and find a pass or two to mix in, and nothing flashy but very workmanlike, and Scottsbluff able to prevail here tonight by the final of 35-0. Let's get you a scoring recap. Scoreless in the first quarter. Both teams turned it over early. A Hill fumble. That came after a Custer early interception. Then Scottsbluff cleaned it up. Alex Galindo early in the second quarter. 30 seconds in, a 2-yard touchdown run, 7-0 after the kick. 7:38 to go. Hill to Galindo, an 18-yard little flip. We're calling it a touchdown pass. It looked that way. It looked designed. There were a couple of times tonight it looked like he even kind of got rid of it, sort of flipping it on what had to be a design running play, but we're calling that pass a touchdown, or that score a touchdown pass from Hill to Galindo, 14-0. And then late in the first half, under 30 seconds to go, Brett capped it off himself with a 1-yard run. Galindo with a 4-yard touchdown with 8:01 to play in the third quarter, and then with 8:20 to play in the fourth, Brett Hill from 1 yard out. Placido Polanco perfect, 5 for 5 on the kicks this evening. 35-0 the final score as Scottsbluff improves to 1-3. We'll continue with more on the Runs of Post-Game show. I'm sure we'll visit with head coach Judd Hall coming up here in just a few moments, and we'll also have check on numbers and our Taco John's player of the game when we come back right after this. All that and more on the Runs of Post-Game show. What's up, Dave?
Every time. I could run them every day. I'm still out of breath when I walk up here.
Am I okay if I don't put my mask on?
Yep, you're fine.
Scottsbluff in a tough spot to start the year, 0-3, in big need of a feel-good victory. We catch up now with head coach Judd Hall after they get that job done here tonight, 35-0. Coach, Noah and I were talking, and we'll talk about the turnovers again, which I know you'll want to eliminate, but this is what it probably needs and will look like when you guys play good football, pretty workmanlike, multiple guys getting the job done on the ground, good defensive effort, and you win it 35-0. Some thoughts?
Well, you're exactly right. I think that's how we have to play. Once again, we were a team that didn't have a lot of big plays tonight. Had grind out first downs, keep the ball alive, do those things to help you win a game like this. And I think we did that tonight. I think we took a step forward tonight as a team. Liked a lot of the things we saw out there, but it also gives you a chance to focus on things that you can improve upon. You see good things and bad things in wins and losses. So we'll go back, look at the film, and hopefully we prepare the kids the right way again this week to compete on Friday against Grand Island Northwest.
I want to talk about an individual here. Alex Galindo has started to separate himself as one of your top kids. Starting corner, you're getting the ball to him in the run game, in the passing game. He's shifty, he's got some good speed. Even on that long run, he showed a little toughness, banging into a defender and trying to stay in bounds and not giving up on the play late. Some thoughts on your defensive back and running back, diminutive in size, big and hard it looks like.
Absolutely. Alex has done a great job over the last couple of summers to put himself in a position to have a successful senior year, both in the weight room and then what he's done with his teammates, just, throwing the ball around at the park, doing stuff like that. So he's done a good job with this senior class to prepare himself to play. But, he's a kid that we can do different things with. And I think we've got to continue to try and find ways to get him the ball in different positions on the field and let him be an athlete in space.
Tyler Smith, starting center, and now he's got to double up and grind it out and play along your defensive line. That's tough on a young guy, and he's showing his toughness, doubling up, double duty, O and D lines, and you're having to keep your best football players on the field, both sides of the ball, a little more this year than normal.
Absolutely, and we have to play some more of those guys. It's the first year in a while where we've had multiple guys going both ways, so we have to continue to get guys rest when we can, and then put in guys that we feel can do the job when our number one guys are getting a break. So it's something as coaches we got to continue to plug guys in and have them prepared for Fridays, and then when they have an opportunity on the field, they need to go out and make plays for us.
One thing you were disappointed in last week when we talked after the game was play from the linebacking core. Looked like they were pretty active here tonight. Saw a lot of blitz calls. Hazel Mendoza, I'd like to get your thoughts on what you saw from him tonight. He was key in some of those blitzes. Looked like he tripped up some ball carries. Thought he played well.
He did, and that's what Hazel's game is. He's a great blitzer. He blitzes hard every time his play or his number's called. So that's something that we need to continue to focus on with Hazel. Use his strengths, and blitzing is one of his strengths. So we need to continue to do a job of mixing that up, bringing him from different spots. I thought we did a good job of that tonight. But this was a team that allowed us to stay in a base defense for a majority of the night. So you're able to do a few more things that way based on what packages they're putting out on offense.
I think we need to tip our cap to Custer here, don't we? They came down here. They didn't need to travel to play this week, but you only get so many Friday nights for these young men to play high school football, and you needed a game, they needed a game. They had 25 kids on their roster. I don't even think they suited that many, it looked like, over on their sideline, but we need to tip our cap to Custer for coming down here, making this game happen, and I think everybody got out of here relatively healthy from their sideline, so kudos to those guys.
Absolutely. I think in this time or in this what we're dealing with, I think sometimes we lose sight of what's important. Letting these kids play and have Friday night experiences need to be the first and foremost thing that we're focused on and talking about. Wins and losses will come and go every year, but these kids have been through just a lot of stuff the last 9 months, whatever it's been, and to have an opportunity to play on Friday night at home, away, underneath the lights, with your friends, with your buddies, that's something that you remember for forever. So I'm glad we had the opportunity to give those kids another experience tonight. We're going to try and make it through another week healthy. We talk about that every week with our kids on what we need to do to play another week, and hopefully we can make it to next Friday with both Grand Island and Scottsbluff being healthy and being able to compete.
Here's the score you're going to be interested in. Grand Island Northwest leads Waverly 14-7 with 8:54 to go in the ball game. That score was 4 minutes ago. Does look like Waverly was about to score. So regardless of how that finishes up, Northwest showing how tough they are.
Absolutely. They're going to be extremely well coached. They're going to do things to put you in an awkward spot on defense. They're going to play a base defense majority of the time and just let their kids run around and make plays. So it's gonna be a huge challenge. It has been ever since I've moved to Scottsbluff. Had some great contests with Coach Stein and the Vikings over there at Northwest. So we're gonna have to have a great week of preparation, and our kids are gonna have to be extremely focused and locked into the game plan to give ourselves a chance next Friday.
Coach, appreciate you stopping up. No, it wasn't the start that you wanted or anyone expected or really wanted to get off to at 0-3, but into the win column for the first time. There was nowhere to go but up from where you started. 35-0, the final score tonight. Have a great week of preparation as you get ready for Northwest, and we'll do it again right back here at Bearcat Stadium next week.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
You bet. Final score here tonight, Scottsbluff rolls to a 35-0 win over Custer. We'll continue with more on our Runs a Post-Game show right after this. Does that score surprise you?
A little bit. Kevin, I talked to Kevin earlier this week. He said we could play out of our minds and hope to stay within 14 points of the Eagles because they are good and they're pissed off because they lost a game they should have won last week to Elmore. So, I mean, I think it shows you the parity of probably the top 10 teams in Class B. I mean, there's 10 teams that any given night, maybe a Hastings and a Bennington can have kind of separated themselves from the pack just a little bit. But I mean, 3 through 10 are all the same dudes. I mean,
could this team have beat Gary? Could this team have beat Alliance? I mean, hard to tell.
Hard to tell. I don't know. I think if you have a matchup up front, I think that's what won the game. Is our guys up front were way better than their guys. So.
Well, finishing up during the commercial break, visiting with Coach Hall. Coach, thanks for stopping up. Best of luck. Have a good rest of the weekend. Final score 35-0 as we're back here on our Runs a Post-Game show. And why don't we turn things over to Noah Bruner for a check on some of these post-game numbers. Quickly, though, I'll tell you about Paul Reed Construction and Supply. They've been in business for over 35 years. They've also got the Rockpile Division Service and Equipment. Paul Reed Construction on 10th Street in Gering. And we'll let Noah handle some of these post-game numbers. And finally, some big stats to mention for Scottsbluff in the win here tonight, Noah.
Yeah, starting with Custer, we saw the Scottsbluff defense really key on Daniel Sedlacek, holding him about only 34 yards. Sterling Sword also threw for 63, also threw a pick in there. We saw Tennyson have a couple good plays. He ran hard, caught the ball, made some plays. But for Scottsbluff, we really saw Alex Galeno have a really good game on the ground. We saw Brett Hill have a few good throws here and there. He ran the ball hard too also. Trevor Schwartz with a 20-yard catch, and Alex Galeno also chipped in 30 yards receiving. So we saw a very good balance from the Scottsbluff offense. Really a confidence booster for this team that was much needed.
138 yards rushing to lead the way tonight for Alex Galeno, and that might be a preview of what we'll mention here in just a few moments. When we come back to wrap up our broadcast, we'll get mentioned our Taco John's Player of the Game right after this on the Rural Radio Network.
I mean, next week could go two different ways. It could be a bad game from the start, or they could hang in it for a little bit.
It could be a lot of different things.
Yeah. I think he's got to stress the turnover part of it this week.
Yeah, you can't give a good team any of that stuff.
Even if you have a couple 3-and-outs in the first half, have to punt the ball, that's better than a turnover for sure.
Back to wrap things up tonight here in our Runs a Post-Game show. Scottsbluff into the win column for the first time this season, now 1-3 after a feel-good victory, blowout style, 35-0 over Custer, South Dakota. Again, we talked about with Coach Hall. We talked about it late on the broadcast. I want to thank Custer for coming down, wish them well, and safe travels heading home. Hopefully they got out of here healthy and can have a successful rest of the season. They're now 1-3. Also, Taco John's Player of the Game time. player of the game, of course, brought to you by Taco John's of Scottsbluff and Gehring restaurants in both spots. Make it a game day tradition. Maybe unwrap a great breakfast burrito tomorrow morning. You can do it before or after every game. Taco John's. And our Taco John's player of the game here tonight, we're going to go with Alex Galindo once again. He was the man on the spot last week with the honors, and no change this week. And 138 yards rushing, had 2 touchdowns on the ground, had 1 touchdown catch on the little flip, noticed a couple of open field tackles, willing to give his body up at slight 155 pounds, 5'8", 155, but willing to do the dirty work and tackle in the secondary. Alex Galindo has turned into a real solid football player for Scottsbluff, both sides of the football here tonight. Any final thoughts from you, Noah, on what you saw here from Scottsbluff this evening?
Yeah, we'll hope to see them build on this confidence next week when Grand Island Northwest, a pretty good program, comes into town.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Well coached. They'll be schooled properly with head coach Kevin Stein. Always look forward to talking to Coach Stein early in the work week as we get set for a pregame conversation. Wrapping things up, once again, your final score here tonight, 35-0, Scottsbluff into the win column for the first time this season. For Noah, I'm Chris. Enjoy the rest of your weekend, everybody. So long and good night. Yeah, I think I'll have TJ come get it. I'll have him get a hold of you Monday to set a time up to meet someone, because I don't even know how to pack it up. Okay. This